Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Back in our republic, we're going to try and see how our population will do this winter. In the meantime, we're planning and building our connection over to the next area. Well, I still have to start it, I guess. Still have to assign it to a construction task. And we have to plan the train bridge out because the construction stuff will be on the right side of the road, I think. Hello Dentrasi. Hello Neocontra. Welcome. So let's see. Somewhere around here, I think. Make it match about with the bridge being about straight, I guess. Somewhere like this. And then I think what we can do, thanks to the parallel track laying, is fit a nice, neat little bridge here. Remove this one. And then put the roads in place. Oh well, not the roads, the train track sections. And we have a nice curved section of train track across this area, which doesn't clip into the ground or does anything weird. It's gonna look pretty nice. Easy peasy bridges. Hope everyone will survive. I hope to. We still need the rail train track here. And if the train track is there before the bridge gets laid, it shouldn't sink into the ground. So it'll hopefully work like that. That's a nice curved bridge across this surface. Thankfully it was all flat, so it was kind of easy to lay down. So that would be approximately our rail connection, I guess. Leading into the city. Going over roads in the city would be fine. But we're going to try and keep the road connections along the main track to a minimum. So this track, the double track, should be kept fairly empty. Single tracks, we can just go across roads because we're planning the parking space with 150 meters of no road connection across, and that should hopefully be safe. At least that's the plan. Can we set up the farming area before the bridges? No, we're gonna set up the construction sector and we'll try and get the settlement up running before we try anything else. I need to focus on getting the megacity started. It's been so long. I would like to have a settlement in the center of the map running. There's potential room for farming, even though farming is not really on the agenda for the megacity. But it could happen. Depending on what the crop prices do, it might show up. But yeah, not necessarily a plan. Okay, let's lay it in reverse because we have our width to the road here. Needs to go a little bit further to the right, I think, and then it can curve around and have like approximately the same gap to the road, I hope. And then we can somehow connect this and make it like curved, and it should look hopefully nice and curvy. All of this can be rebuilt. The goal is just to get to this area and actually get start with like the construction, because it's been a while. So we want this to be built. Only one of the roads though. But train tracks we need both, because we have incoming and outgoing trains in both directions. Hello Yamnuska. Welcome. It's auto-assigning itself here, which is good. But we do need some workers in the rail construction office to make it function. Population still looks good. We're in December. I don't know if the orphanages help that much. Like, it's only... well, it is 50 people in here, I guess. And this year... it's 10% of the birth rate, basically, which does help compared to the death and escape rate. So that 50 extra people is what we need, I guess. Plus, it's not only 50 people. It's rescuing everyone. Like, someone at the age of 20 is going to go in here, spend a tiny amount of time, and then leave again. And that also gets saved. It's not only 50 people, it's actually way higher than that. So yeah, the orphanages are going to be key. We need larger orphanages, I think, to make this function correctly. But it looks pretty good so far. Let's see and wait when the pollution kicks in. I wonder if the pollution is actually active or if loading the save game has reset it somehow. No, it is definitely there. It's definitely yellow. Greenish yellow. The farming area would need a large amount of people, but yeah, if we want to run the food factory on a train platform like this, we could send tons and tons of workers here, run the farm area and the food factory, I guess. There go the dumper carriages. So to get things started, we will have a train track going across here somewhere, and then set a train platform up, a fire station, and then resource drop-off points. What do you use to detect pollution? A water pump. A water well, I mean. Then you see the green dots. They will change to yellow underneath buildings, so that's not an indicator of pollution necessarily. But if the dots outside of the buildings are not green anymore, like under roads, etc. Basically, roads is a good indicator of what the pollution is. So if we go here and look underneath footpaths and whatever, or underneath the train track, you can see it's a slightly yellow tinted green. Over here it's more of a green. Like, this is a pretty solid green here in the center. But on this side it turns yellow, and that is between the two heating plants what causes the pollution. Hello, Pion. Pollution stacks over time? Yes. It accumulates and it slowly dissipates. If you throw a lot of pollution in an area, it starts building up. If we had a pollution detector, we could see proper pollution measurements, I guess, but the water well works as a ghetto way of seeing approximate pollution levels. Like, once you start seeing yellow, you know that pollution is pretty high. And if you don't have any pollution producers and you start seeing yellow in that way, then you might have a waste problem, like waste overflowing or sewage overflowing. Like, under buildings it's always going to be yellow, but underneath the road, if this suddenly turns like very yellow for some reason, like here, you see we're getting closer to like a pollution source. Like, this is pretty clean green, but if we move up, the green dots are slowly becoming more and more yellow, and would you know it, here they are almost indistinguishable from the pollution on buildings, and that's because we're next to a heating plant. You're welcome. Let's see how it'll do. I didn't change any settings, everything should be the same, except global events, no earthquakes, because reasons. We will have to build the passenger unloading platform again with workers being transported there by horse carriage, so we'll have to set up a horse carriage route that brings them from here to the next area with some intermediate stops, like probably 2. and then we can drop them off somewhere in the area and make them walk to the construction site again. And from there we can bring them out with free construction offices onto construction areas after the resources get delivered to them. I would like to move the bridge a little bit, I think. What if we do this whole thing? No, not that. What if we do this thing? That's a little bit more centered. I think that looks a little bit better. I mean, I want the left road to be about like in the center here, but I don't know, that would be kind of hard to do right now. And yeah, off the train track we can have single train tracks leading into the city for resource deliveries. They can either turn around in place or be like a loop that comes back to the main track. Depends on what we want to use them for, like high throughput, low throughput. It's going to be mostly low throughput in the beginning until we need to make changes. But that would be a way to deliver citizen goods to like our first shopping center, for example. Like the first shopping center, maybe we can build that on the on a warehouse that is receiving deliveries by train with the food waiting until unloaded. Until we switch that over to grain once we have a large food factory inside the city. We will not get any research points from the MegaCity Center. So MegaCity Center is going to be not a new settlement. We only have one settlement. We already got the research point from the auxiliary settlement. And population count wise, we're also not going to add them together. Only one of the settlement counts. So if I build the MegaCity settlement right now and we get over 2,500 citizens with it, this is not going to count. Auxiliary settlement or MegaCity 1. Whatever is the largest counts, basically. Otherwise I'll build both up and get more research points than I should, I guess. Got 1 million rubles in loans still. Not too punishing. Definitely have to make sure we keep making money though. How good are the resource deliveries? Oh, they're already building because, well, they're using those workers, I guess. That makes sense. That's what you're allowed to do. I don't know how much time that took. Wasn't fast enough. Road construction is ongoing. Let's try and get this curve a little bit neater, I guess. This looks a little bit odd. Like, get it to, like, I don't know, get this removed for now. It should probably curve around a bit before it then starts merging into its train track. It makes this weird straight piece that I don't want. I need it to curve towards the other track, so it can then snap onto this part. That looks more organic, I think. A little bit. Gotta slow down for going underneath the bridge anyway. Is there a chance that you run low on workers supporting the Aux settlement as workers travel to build the megacity? It shouldn't be too bad, no. Because they will always, like most buildings, prioritize the local workplaces. Only 2 buildings are set to send workers to the local bus stop and the local train station at all time. So only once we really have like an excess amount of workers will we see a lot of workers show up at the train platform. And the trains running are also not running every 60 seconds, meaning that we're not picking up everyone from the train platform. Some of the people here are waiting an hour and they don't get picked up in time, so then they spread out and look for workplaces locally. So the train route itself has 3 trains for 400 seconds, It itself can only cover 180 of those 420 seconds, and the rest of the time workers will not be picked up and just work locally. Oh, temperature. Well, I guess the medical university is only going to be for research during summer, I guess. Did not pay attention to the heating. We will do some medical research once we get 2,500 citizens in the settlement. And it isn't cold. Then the medical university can do some research. Low loyalty, higher educated citizens is fine. They can run the police station, but first the hospital. Once there's enough people living here, I'll reactivate the police station. That should work all right. So yeah, goal would be... Well, we're gonna go past 1900, I think. Don't think the settlement's gonna be done before that. Which means we'll get a research point from the next decade. We need another 900 people, less than 900 people, to get another research point from that. One of the researches is gonna go towards vitamins, and the other one I don't know yet. I'm thinking either like pollution filters maybe? Birth rate increase. That's a repeatable research that we could be doing. But the other one, the big one, was Soviet functionalism, which I would like to have. So I would need a technical university, which was the starting university for the MegaCity, like a small technical university, just to get things started over here. Now, the MegaCity doesn't have to make highly educated workers in the beginning, because we can supply them from the other settlement. They can just be educated in the auxiliary settlement and move into the MegaCity until we're set up. So we don't have to worry about that too much. This is sinking under the ground a little bit. We'll fix that. Get rid of this bridge. Put the road in place with line snapping and then put the bridge back. And then it doesn't sink into the ground. Because it snaps to the road instead of the terrain, which helps. I hate repeatable researches. Well, sometimes I guess they might make sense. Population is looking really good now. I'm worried. What's going to be the next thing that's going to happen? Because we're in January and population is still going up. The winter has almost no effect this time. Things are looking weird. I mean, lifespan in here is still 62 years, it's pretty low. We'll see what they do. I'll try and build up some more housing over here. They are also not doing really well on the life expectancy, I guess. Currently they can't reach a hospital, I guess. At least not directly. They can do that from the from the train platform, I guess. But my money on drinking water will start a death spiral. Why? I don't know yet. It's set to run at full capacity. 120 cubic meters. Current consumption is 15. We can only go up to 100, because that's what our water wells can provide. But yeah, it could happen. Sewage backing up could be one. Because the sewage pipe is not meant to handle 100 cubic meters. The sewage pipe is currently meant to handle 50. It does have capacity for 75, but once it gets to 50 we need to build another sewage pipe basically. But I don't think we're gonna get that high on the sewage. But it is a limiting factor. The sewage in the megacity will probably have to go through a water treatment plant of sorts because of, well, everything is going to be overlapping each other and Sewage discharge running at full capacity with running water from a large settlement does have the possibility to kill everyone. But we can run it at like 77% quality treatment to save on some chemicals. We're trying to make a beach resort after all. One person somewhere is starving. All the time, apparently. Yeah, maybe I'm gonna stick with 3 years. Or like the current settings, like 2, 3.5, and 5 years. Loyalty is still the priority for the prison. Don't need prison labor. Plus we don't have any prison labor carriages like prisoner transports anyway. So it's nothing we can do. Jesus Christ, we're already at 32 viewers. That is crazy to me. Well, thank you guys. I still can't believe how like popular Workers and Resources is. I'm really happy that people are hopefully enjoying it. Hello Sancho, welcome. It's strange that pipes and wires getting red after reaching their 50% capacity. Well, it's basically telling you that maybe you should do something, because 50% capacity is like an indicator that it's not that far away from being overloaded. Like, you might think it's like, oh, it's only half capacity, but it doesn't take much to go over, like double it up at that point. Like usually the growth is exponential in such situations. The other Workers and Resources Pope. Oh god, no. Please no other titles. I'm gonna start banning people. Stop with the titles. I'm not taking Pope now. That's, no. There's a lot of patients showing up here. I hope they get adequate treatment. Pope EU5 paper state run confirmed. First of all, Blinky, I guess, is the appropriate title. But I think we already did a Pope run. But I guess that was Wiki 3. I don't know. Well, it's all one construction task, always to the bridge. So once this one is done, I guess we can figure out how we want to lay down our industry. And at some point, this train track might be used with a rail connection on the right side here, with another road leading off of this and connecting over there. That's not too bad. We could double up on the construction office, but I think this is fine. Resource deliveries and moving some of the construction vehicles over to do construction transportation locally will be important, but we do need these vehicles to set up the initial things. Passenger train platform, fire station, and then we can set up some resource storages to get things moving a little bit faster. I could make a waiting platform for another waste train to run this whole loop. This would make this a lot more efficient. And all I would need would like be a siding here for a small waste train of 60 plus meters. A little bit longer. Then we can tell the waste trains to go into the siding first before turning around and going into the train platform here. And then we can have an extra train waiting if we want. There would be enough room for that. I like this idea. Would give us a lot more money too. Because then the waste incinerator runs a lot more often than not. So we'll build that too. I could buy another rail construction vehicle to get this done, but I think I'll just prioritize it on the track builder, because the road construction is probably going to take longer anyway. So this will build in reverse back to the area. And then forward. Trains from the customs house will basically go to this waypoint and then turn around and go into the waste incinerator. It's an easy waiting yard, I guess. And since we're playing with no warning messages when trains are like waiting, they can just wait outside here and not cause any messages to constantly pop up. It's an intentional waiting area. The population continues like it is now. Will you take functionalism over vitamins? That's a good question. I did build the medical university, and not the technical university. I think since it's going to take like at least another year, we will hold the research in reserve, because we don't have the... We will have to get to either 1900 or 2500 citizens to do the research, so we can wait 2 more years until we make that decision. But yeah, if it's progressing like this next winter, then we will build also the technical university here, a small one, and then make a decision in 1900, I guess. Vitamins will take 1000 days to research though. Yeah. But we can throw a lot of people at it during the summer. Doesn't take that long if there's like 30, 40 professors working on it. Functionalism takes longer, and it has a concrete utilization study in front of it. But it does also get us closer to grand monuments with only 1 research. But yeah, for the moment, Soviet functionalism would be a dead-end research, but vitamins is a single research, so 1500 days, not 1000, by the way, for vitamins. Yesterday's stream was quite weird, the one in the afternoon. Project Thea and that tree game, I could not get my mind into it. That was so weird. Maybe some people enjoyed the games, and I encourage them to try the demos, but definitely not for me. 1000 milligrams of vitamins. 1 gram. 1 gram of vitamins. Can we cheese the rules? Research vitamins to 99, then stop, not needed, and do the other research instead? No. I prevented that in the rules. You're only allowed to select and start researching a research once you make the decision to... Well, once you make the decision on what you want, you spend the research points, and only then you can start researching. You're not allowed to research in advance. That's exactly to prevent this kind of like... Oh, but I wanted cheeses, I wanted to have it right away. Well, then just do it and ignore low-tech. Low-tech is there so the research isn't... Like, you don't do all the free researches in advance, and then you research everything else to 99%, and then as soon as you want it, you click the button and you have all the other researches. That's not... It takes time, it slows down the research. You have something to think about. And if you want a lot of research, you have to develop your infrastructure for it. Larger universities to do research in bigger bursts, I guess. But yeah, we're not doing that. I can't believe we played Anno yesterday. That was weird. Just spontaneously an hour. Did enjoy that a lot, actually. But yeah, that was a test game, so if we start that again, it would be a completely new run, and probably with AI, otherwise it might be a bit too boring. Oh. Right. No, there's a waste train waiting. The waste train should be able to run fine right now, I think. We probably need the signal here, I guess. Otherwise, things are gonna get confusing. And here, I guess these are gonna be one-way signals later on, I guess. And now I have to reassign it to the rail construction office. So we'll get a second waste train. 6 train cars still, even if we only load 40%. Because it just means it loads faster at the border. So the extra train cars increase our loading speed at the border. But we don't overfill the incinerator. We always leave some room for local waste to make it in there. I hope that doesn't increase the pollution too much if this runs more often, because it does put some pollution pressure on the settlement, especially with like the cluster of heating plants here already. Yeah, we got more people out of winter. No population drop really. Initially some people died, but then population growth is fine now. Maybe it was just like in the beginning all of those rather old people dying. 80-year-olds, 70-year-olds. I know we're like on a much slimmer population pyramid. I don't know. Seems successful. We'll see if that continues. But yeah, functionalism is definitely currently on the agenda, because that would allow us to plan for much larger structures in the megacity initially. After we return, we're going to build the second waste train track, and we'll run 2 waste trains to the incinerator. I think this train yard is going to look pretty cool and work very well. It's an easy way to set up a waiting track. Oh, more ambulances. A lot more people will be rescued if they have health issues. And yeah, once this gets over like 20, 30 people in this building with higher education, we can reactivate the police station too. Ambulance. Yep. Soviet functionalism would also give us access to the larger hospital, which helps with healthcare in higher density areas. Would not be bad. This will have to start with water treatment right away. We might build the sewage discharge and drop it in by horse carriage, and run the water supply by horse carriage too from the water treatment. So we don't have to wait until the sewage treatment plant is built. We get started earlier. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. I don't think it's going to be too bad. I think it's going to be pretty good. Maybe 1900 we can make a vote and decide if we want to go back to 1800. So we're stuck with horse carriages for a while in the megacity. Hello, how are your preparations for construction in the center of the map going? Hello Scott, they're going well. We are building the last road before we can plan out our construction, I'm not going to call it sector, but our resource delivery area. So this road, gravel road, goes all the way to the first bridge leading into the city, which we would build with the resources and workers delivered to by the trains to the area. Basically the rail construction train at that point could be repurposed and also drop off resources in this area. Partially at least. And we're also building the train tracks to the area, which is going faster, I think. But I would like to have a bit more money, so we're gonna set up another waste train. I can have another track here if I want to have two waste trains waiting in the area, I guess. Or just make this longer, I guess, and then have the trains do some weird, like, go this way and join this track from this side and go to the waste area. We can feed waste trains into this area all day long, I guess. Well, let's try a second one for now. Quick check on the buildings wear and tear across the map. 40% is the highest. Vehicles. We'll probably get into the point of vehicle replacement being a thing soon. No, 20%. Everything's fine. 18 years old. Repairs back down to 0%. Everything's fine. They will start repairs as soon as they need some materials. Can we fit 800 citizens into the settlement with the current free flats? 260, 370, 400, 550. It is doable, I think. 550 workers would, plus another 70, so 630. Would result in enough capacity, I think. 260, 370... 405, 550, 600, yeah, 600, that's... It will require some 21-year-olds without their own flat to make it work, but it is definitely possible. I guess no, these 75 I should not count. I guess this is the student hall, this might not be full. But it could be a buffer for our higher educated, so we can treat this like a residential building. I guess that would be fine. You got good enough loyalty. Where are you going to move into? Flat up here. Working in the prison, party HQ, and school. Good choice. Prison is a lot better supplied now. When is the construction train gonna head back? It is out of resources now, so it'll turn around soon. Has made a decent amount of progress from the area up here. I think this is one construction before it decides to turn around. Really good progress. For a city center, we could make this like in a circle. We could make this a large circle, like the inner circle of the megacity, basically. Put a gravel road around here and plan our settlement around that. I'm definitely gonna abide by the shape of the outside. Not right up against the river, I don't think, because I want the bridges to look somewhat natural, and I think if I have a road here and then a short section of road leading into a bridge, looks a little bit unnatural, but I guess that could also work. I don't know. Both are probably possible. The fact that the megacity is already perfectly flat, I can put things so nicely together. Not enough soap and sausages, construct more farms and factories. We need to level up all the residential buildings so higher quality people can move in, I know. I'll talk him. Is the construction train heading back now? Yes. It should finish this whole area. It's assigned with priority on this piece of track, which will build all the way to the end of this line, and that one, which will do the same thing. And that's all we need to have a second train running here, I think. And the waypoint is optional. Trains don't need to go to the waypoint if they have it as the next stop and they're like coming in from after coaling. They will just ignore it and go to the next stop that they can reach. At least I think they do. Gravel delivery might not work. We can carry only 105 tons of gravel. And the train is using more, so we actually need to wait until unloaded for gravel. Well, I need more gravel train cars, I guess. I thought it was all calculated perfectly. $17 tons of steel, 35 tons of boards. Yeah, and then 102 tons of gravel. Not sure why we're running out of gravel right now. guess we'll try and wait until unloaded for gravel. That wouldn't work for rail bridge construction though, because there's no gravel used in that. I don't think. I mean, it's not too bad. We're like delivering enough gravel, I think, every trip. There's gonna be a little bit of a delay of the rail construction in the area. Yeah, if you have any workers who don't know what to do, you can send them to the rail construction office, it's fine. Speed things up a little bit. The railroad is important, but not that important, I guess. Also, 6 waste train cars and another small train. Please. A BR80. And 6 cargo wagons for waste. Perfect amount of money, I guess. Although the resource train is heading in here right now and... Oh, machine replacement. Yeah, that would do it. That maintenance is pretty important. Let me update the loan so it doesn't cause issues. Probably $1 million is fine this time, instead of 1.1 million. I mean, looks pretty good. Maybe people are starting to develop a natural immunity. Or it's all gonna come crashing down at some point again, who knows. Changing vehicle availability, yes. I have no other way of getting trains other than using mods, and I prefer to use the base game trains, I guess. So, since I didn't want to install any mods from the workshop, I need that. What was the last death wave? I think it was just pollution and maybe insufficient healthcare. I think this one was definitely pollution from overflowing waste. I'm pretty sure that was like really deadly. And I think this was from not enough healthcare, I think. I'm not sure. Airways? We need to increase the amount of higher populated workers, higher educated workers. So let's lower the loyalty requirement for the employees here. Because if they go to prison, they're then gonna get released with enough loyalty anyway. 88% loyalty, still got a years to go. You're gonna release with 100% loyalty. And hopefully we have enough room for you to move in somewhere. Otherwise you're just gonna leave the Republic, which would be unfortunate. Load the train cars, bring them to the depot, and we'll make our second waste train right now. Because the other track shouldn't take that long either. I'm not sure if the rail construction vehicle is going to wait to move into the waste area to build it, or if it's going to move in here to build it. You know what? We're going to reassign this. We want it to build from the other side, from this side, because then it's going to move in the right area. Then it'll start construction from this end, so it'll move in here, reverse in, and build this. That'll be perfect. Yeah, you can move, it's fine. We'll update the signal later. This one next, also one construction task, and then the waste train, the new one, can run too. It'll also pick up 40%. Oh. Oh no, that's fine. Waiting track. I built this. It's fine. It's fine. I am eyeballing a train. I don't know why. Like, it feels really pricey as a game. But it's a train game. And I like trains, I guess. Right, that would be your assignment. But the route will change. Transport Fever? I did not enjoy Transport Fever. The economy felt really weird. Like, the economy felt not dynamic at all. Have you checked? Are there any deals? Yes. The... Oh. Before I get distracted by chat again. The historic game version, I'm gonna call it, still sells for 60 euros. 59 euros. It's from 2021. No, not that one, sorry. Not that one, that's the wrong one. This one is from 2016 and it sells for 59 euros. A-Train PC Classic. Looks like SimCity 2000. And I think it's that expensive because it's from Japan and video games over there are ridiculously expensive. And apparently they don't get cheaper. Started from Train Fever, yeah. I played Train Fever and Transport Fever. But the economy of Transport Fever 2 I did not... Or Train Fever... No, Transport Fever I did not like. It's a fun transit game, mechanics aren't very challenging, enjoy it a lot. Need to be in the mood for it. It's a fine game, it's just... It's like in the SimCity area of like games, I guess. A-Train seems to be like the train section of Workers and Resources with more details in the minutiae. So you're setting up like schedules and all that for passenger trains. But way less detail in the economy, and the city is automatically like building depending on how many resources you're delivering. So it has like a capitalist society, I guess. Okay, we're gonna wait until the construction train is done and then you're gonna move in here. And this is the new train route. And we'll have 2 waste trains running. With a slight extension for the train track. Not too much. Humble bundle is 22 euros. Click here if I get permission. I know. But it's a 10-year-old game that still sells for 59 euros. I would expect it to be on 22 euros on like default price. Or something like that. Is there any deal? And A-Train 9 is like the 3D version of that game. Which is apparently less tutorial-y. So I don't know. A bit of a conundrum right now. I'll send you to the cargo train station instead of the waypoint for now, so you can just work. It's a little bit cheaper on Fanatical too, I think, so... Population went up. Higher educated citizens went down. I don't think count-wise, I think just percentage-wise. We're still increasing the amount of higher educated people, just not as fast as our population is growing. I did increase the amount of workers, and I lowered the loyalty requirements, so... We should hopefully be shifting the majority of our population to higher education now, over time. And maybe some of them are going to be loyal enough to be over 50%, which would be fine. The rest is going to go through prison to get that loyalty. Which will also be fine. That is so many assignments. No, we're not going to do all of that. I have my horse feeder stations in here. I'm not going to use all those assignments. It's fine. Alright, you can keep building. It's fine. I'll send out the other waste train. So train unloads, goes to customs house, loads the waste, goes into the waiting spot, turns around and goes and waits until this area is free. So in theory, we can only have 2 trains running, because if every parking space is full, none of the trains can move. If we want more trains, we need another parking space. You can move. I'm sure there's no train incoming right now. You'll be fine. And now we can also fix the signals. There we go. This will stay a two-way because the trains might want to leave this platform to go coal or repair. So that's fine, but if in the waiting area they're not allowed to use this. direction, because otherwise other trains might enter this platform and block it, which we don't want. So the customs house is going to be a lot more busy now. Also need to build this area for reasons. We need to have resource trains running from the customs house to the megacity at some point. Depending on how badly the price for the hazardous waste drops now, maybe I'll consider a third train. The monetary value would be quite handy. Also have to make sure that this doesn't drive out with a question mark, because I don't like that, but I think since it has an in-between signal, it shouldn't be a problem. Only inside the customs house, I think that's fine. That's not too bad. Okay, bit more traffic here now. I mean, there's like over 100 people waiting here, which are all currently not part of the city. We are loading them, if there's too many, and bringing them back. So it shouldn't overfill, hopefully. I think it's not loading properly. I think I need to bring them back with a transfer. Maybe this is the reason why the city is healthy, because there's so many people outside the city now. Yeah, it's definitely not loading all of the people on the platform, I don't think. I looked away for a moment. Transfer, make them get out. It's fine. This will force load everyone on the train platform, even if there's not enough room for local workplaces in the area. Because all the workplaces might be full. This way they just get dropped onto the platform and then potentially loaded again by the train leaving. But it means we're making sure we're bringing them back. Not having too many people on this platform filling everything up. There we go. That's how it should be. I think I'll add another unloading command. The transfer unload should be the last option. If it doesn't work. So we'll have the transfer unload at the end. We'll try a regular unload first. So we'll try and push them into buildings. I'm not force unloading them into any building in the area, so they're not going to try to go to this bus platform, for example. Only local workplaces. This should limit the amount of workers going to the construction area outside the city to a reasonable amount and not endanger our local facilities too much for lack of workers. You can go into the food factory, but not distillery. Actually, I can run a third train if I want to by making this another block. Then we could have a third waste train here, but then the customs house might be too busy at that point. But yeah, 3 waste trains could be running. We could have basically guide every other resource train to the customs house in from this area to make this only for waste trains, available for waste trains basically. That would be an option. But only if we really need a lot more money, I guess. I also need to check if this actually makes us more money or not. But yeah, the most efficient way would be a waste storage with 2 trains. One could be unloading hazardous waste, the other could be loading mixed waste. And then the problem that would come from this is that this thing spews out a ton of pollution. Because the waste is just sitting in an open dump. $700 people left. Let's see what the next winter holds. Otherwise, we're making progress. Yeah, I guess I can't solve the question mark inside the customs house. Maybe if I put this as a waypoint instead? Put another waypoint in here? I don't know. Should be fine. I'm okay with the average loyalty going down. We're just getting more highly educated workers first. We need to stabilize the average percentage in the population, get back over 25%, maybe even 30%. And then more people are going to go through prison with a higher education, and it's going to have a positive effect on our loyalty anyway. And other happiness difficulties. Getting hunger issues and other happiness difficulties? Oh no. Quick, jump on the bus and go to a grocer. And then from the grocer, hopefully there's a cinema in walking distance. It'll probably be fine. Always an alcohol kiosk, yep. And attraction buildings, of course. That's a lot of people here. There's like a gap now where there's like... where all the workers are, basically. But yeah, it seems to work fine. Sufficient workers for construction work. Alright. Basic education. Lower loyalty. And I can't understand what is going on. I have a couple of people hungry for food and meat, but every building has them. And again, children death. Maybe I have too many orphans? Yeah, too many orphans is the problem. If the orphanage is full, when a child dies, it can't move in. Ergo, it doesn't go to the orphanage. Like, it needs an open slot right now. So if you have insufficient tutors, that would be a problem. Looks like our orphanages are emptying out now. We had like a total of 60 before. It's getting a bit better. Definitely need good hospitals for this. There's a lot more patients right now. We had this at like 5 workers before, now it's at 15. And it's already getting over 50% capacity every now and then. So I might have to increase the capacity even more. But we do have a second hospital now, which is pretty well staffed. And it's only going to get better. We could also relocate the incinerator to the train platform so it's all the way away from the settlement, but I don't like that idea right now. We'll have to move it to the MegaCity somewhere at some point. That's a left-hand turn out of the building, then a right-hand turn into the city. Left-hand turn out of the building is fine if it's at a dead end, which it pretty much is. We have the horse technical service here. And maybe a second one. And they can then run the waste management of the city. Getting rid of all the free technical services at that point. Health recovered pretty well this year. It's already at 79 years of life expectancy again. It's only July. Money's coming in a lot faster now, so it was definitely worth running a second waste train. The amount of money earned per ton is probably down, but twice the volume makes up for it. So unless the price got cut in half, we're making more money. So it was at 1,400 rubles per ton selling price. And now it's at 1,200, which is fine. Definitely noticing a decrease in value, but it's okay. Why do we have coal loaded? Your construction vehicle. Alright then. More workers here also means more potential for workers to go to the train platform if they can't find employment locally. So they'll not be able to get to the bus platform, so they'll go to the train platform instead. Hello, Grand Consul. Welcome. Yeah, we'll try the wait until unloaded on steel, I guess. Oh, you can just turn around and make this work without going to the waypoint first. The waypoint disappeared apparently. And it does work. Okay. Well, we will change this route. Waiting until unloaded for gravel for now. I'll put down a cosmetic fence here. I feel like we can have that luxury now. Keeping people out of the train yard with the hazardous waste train. Just visually. I think that fence would look nice. Let's build it. Alright. And that should be a single construction task, ideally. There we go. Fence use prefab? Yes. Construction offices can transport prefab. Prefab is not forbidden. It's just used in very low quantities. That's a prefab fence. And at that age they would have used wood. Yeah. But I like the prefab fence. How many points have you already spent on research? 3. Distribution officers, secret police, and education for most loyal citizens. 600 people away from the next research point. Let's see how bad winter's gonna be. That's gonna be the determining factor if we go for vitamins, or if I will start building the technical university to be ready to research Soviet functionalism instead. But I think next year, well, in 1.5 years, we'll have 2 research points. I think we can get over 2,500 citizens. Trains are a little bit too eager to get onto the next block, but at least it doesn't block anything. It's fine. Why are you taking so long? Where were you? Did you try and bring workers to like this road or something? No, you're not assigned to it. I'm gonna get rid of these signals. I'm gonna make this only a passing through block. Reasons. I want the waste train to basically wait in this yard behind the fence because I think it'll look nicer. How do you change loyalty filter for worker? This one? Only by clicking? Yeah, there's a bug though, which has been reported that you can accidentally change this by when your mouse is in the wrong location when you open this window. So if your mouse is like, if you have like the building underneath this and you click and open it, it changes the loyalty setting. So if you are wondering about why sometimes the loyalty is different, that bug has been reported and hopefully it'll be solved. But otherwise only by clicking, yeah. Good work. Now the last piece here, please. Someone send a worker there. And maybe this road crane. And then the fence is done for now. Need to balance between 70 and 73, and sometimes it's annoying to change to 70 from 73. Yeah, what do you like? It doesn't round perfectly, so you just scroll it until you find a 3 at the end, and then you can increase it to what you want. So you can find an uneven number by just looking through it. All of the numbers should be available. You want 0 to 5 basically, and then you can, or like 0 to 4, and then you can get everything. So because it's multiples of 5, so 0 can go to 5, 1 can go to 6, 2 can go to 7, and so on. Should be able to make it work that way by just clicking and dragging to what you want, and then increasing the amount to 73 or 72 or whatever. If you want 70, then yeah, go to 100 and change it down, I guess. Why are you blocked? Chain signal? This one's open. I guess I'll get rid of this signal too. Oh, I see. No. I see. This signal is needed. That one separates the rail block. Okay, fence is done. Get rid of the connection, and the fence itself does not need any maintenance because there's no building involved. Got a bit of a cosmetic fence here now. Another 10 people living here, and I'll activate the police station again, I guess. Two consecutive sentences, maybe even 3. You're already at 100% loyalty. But gotta wait another... Well, you're not gonna release in time for that to actually matter, because you're at 82 and our healthcare in the prison is excellent, but you're not gonna get released before you die. Why is there only one maintenance office in this list? Shouldn't there be 2? Is it because it has the same name? That would be an interesting thing. So, where are you? Flat brick. It's not assigned to this one. Okay, it's gonna be CO, not CO2, that's a hazardous gas. Still doesn't show up. It is in range. Maybe I need to reopen the building menu. Nope. I'm not sure why this one doesn't assign itself. What if I put the 2 somewhere in the beginning, so it's like earlier in the name? Still not here. Odd. I mean, the others have like the same name too, right? We got dumpers twice, and mixers once, and open hull twice. Why does one of the construction officers not show up? I don't know. Should probably also put a waste storage here for hazardous waste, otherwise we're gonna have other problems. Forgot that about a hospital. Not sure if that's gonna work. It seems awfully close. Here it would work, I guess. Yeah, sure, make it gravel. Do I want it gravel? Well, I have to. Otherwise I'll have to put a dirt road in first. Other alternative is to just build it this way, I guess, and use a footpath. And we can attach it to the other waste storage, I guess, but how would the people drive in here to collect the waste container? I'll do that. Separate container building just for just the hospital. It's because of the same name? Apparently not. This I like using for the hazardous waste. It doesn't produce a ton of hazardous waste, but I definitely don't want overflowing hazardous waste. Which could happen during winter now. This is kind of dangerous. And that might create like a bit of a death spiral. Because it takes a while for these waste storages to run full. So the hazardous waste has a lot of time. And other waste issues are going to be happening earlier before the hazardous waste overflows from a hospital. Because once the hazardous waste from a hospital starts overflowing, you thought the previous death spiral was bad. It's nothing compared to a hospital death spiral. Does it make a difference if you hook up a waste storage with a road instead of a footpath? Well, this waste storage was supposed to require a road, but they haven't decided to pull the trigger on that yet. Because the horse carriages need to go in and collect it. The large waste storage actually needs it. This one can't be built with just footpaths. It does have 2 loading bays. This one doesn't have a loading bay yet, so it does work with footpaths only. But in game terms, for this waste storage it doesn't matter. But if you do have a road connection, then you can send a direct line to it if you want. Can't do that with footpaths. Pollution is kicking in. Let's see how bad it's gonna get. I'm expecting it to drop this year at some point. Like, we had really good population growth for a while. Jesus Christ. What the hell? Like, okay, sure. I guess we recovered. The last couple of winters were not bad. Maybe at some point the heating plants are just like at full tilt and then it starts triggering. But they seemed like they were always at full tilt. Let's see how bad it gets, I guess. If not a lot of people die this winter, well, we're probably going to get to 2,500 citizens. And then we'll have 2 research points. I guess I have to build the technical university either way. It's not that expensive. Should be built in range of heating though. That would be a useful thing. Although it's kind of funny that we can only research during summer. Another temporary building. I guess we can drop it in here somewhere. And then we have a free choice on which university to actually use for the megacity. A medical university would look kind of cool in the center. But any university would, I think. However, the medical university is slightly taller than the technical university. The party HQ would be too small, I think. How do you start that early rail construction mod track builder? I temporarily disabled the vehicle availability and purchased default track builders that are time appropriate. I went in here, sorted by start production date for track builders. We began with an LTC and then I get a BR80 track builder along, which was from 1928, but I think it still works. So no mods for vehicles. I'm just allowing myself that liberty in regards to trains. Health is dropping as expected. Population is still holding. If it has an impact, it should be at around... Oh my god, the birth rate is really good. If we're gonna have an impact, it should be at around 1st of November and after. Cargo deliveries are slow, but we knew that. I'll make it work. Rail construction is going pretty well. Almost at the bridge. We will only build the bridges afterwards, I think. But we can build the train track until then. When motor vehicles unlocked. Hello Hailstorm, by the way. Motor vehicles 1912 is when they start. Can you use for the megacity housing some of those houses where the road goes through them? I like them. Yes, that's the plan. We need Soviet functionalism for those. They will be used. If I were to build a really efficient waste incinerator, it would have a waste dump because then the train can just pretty much instantly unload everything. Loading would still be a bit slower, but faster than what it is currently doing through the factory connection. I would then not run the city waste through that incinerator though. That would be not a good idea. Because it would always be full of hazardous waste at that point. I'm not sure yet if we're gonna have the road go close or far away from the water, but the general concept is something like this. And then the main road would head through here, and we would have a bunch of road connections in the area, with the megacity starting somewhere in this location. I guess this would make a nice connection for another bridge somewhere in this area. But these construction will definitely require us to have gravel available locally, and otherwise they would just be too painful to do. Maybe we can find a narrower place for a bridge. Should probably be fine. Doesn't want to line up nicely here. Ah, that'll do. Okay, sure. Okay, so I wanted to put a bridge here, and the last time I learned that if I put it on a hotkey, I can switch to it. So if we put a line like this, we can see, yep, that is about straight. Cancel this, switch to the bridge and draw the bridge in reverse. Then we have a straight bridge over this line, the way we want to. Nice. That'll do. But they're gonna get built later, like way later. Bit of straight road off of the bridge. If we ever need to go past this. I mean, this is basically the main line. Like I said, I don't want... I mean, I will have to have the train go across here, at least in 2 points probably, to make this a loop. But the main line is not going to cross the main road. It's going to be a single rail line going across and then try and not intersect too many other roads, I guess. It's going to be a bit of a mess. Like, we're going to have like the roads connecting in from this side mainly, and the train probably connecting in from this side mainly. So they're going to be like two hands intersecting each other, with the trains coming in from the left and the roads coming in from the road vehicles coming in from the right. Not too many junctions. But of course that's not going to like hold. We need a lot of roads in this area to fill that out. And then later on we need bridges across. Another main line coming in from this side. Maybe that could go along this island. Around here somewhere. Just past this whole thing. We'll see. It is there. We don't know what to do with it yet. With this track. People voted for the left crossing, not the right one. So that's what we're doing. Population is still going up. We're at 2,000 citizens. Health has dropped to 85. Still holding. Life expectancy is back down to 60. And this time these houses seem to be holding. Hopefully that remains. We're gonna have some dip because these houses will have some people die, pretty sure. But maybe we just didn't have enough hospital places. Maybe it's gonna be fine now. That would invalidate the vitamin direction. I mean, vitamins are still gonna be handy for like having... Oh, that's gonna open up the steel mill again. Yeah, then steel mill and vitamins after the steel mill, I guess, is gonna be the direction. Sure, sure. Going back to the steel mill idea. So Soviet functionalism and steel mill would then be the idea for the 2 research points, and we can start our main settlement with a steel mill in the area. The steel mill in the center, building the core settlement around that. And maybe the other rail line could be the supply line for the steel mill, and only the steel mill. Because this is probably going to be majority of like... Oh, we're not going to have passenger track running much. It's all going to be domestic from the city itself. I don't know. But yeah, if we're not dropping in population this winter, we'll reach Soviet functionalism and then we'll research steel mill. That's going to be our setup. And then we'll run a supply route from the train line up here to deliver tons of iron, tons of coal, and export steel, I guess. And see how bad we can get with pollution before we start having population issues again. Maybe I do need to work on those stroke and heart attacks. I wonder if those kill people directly or if they're just medical emergencies that we can always rescue. Because if that's a guarantee of like people dying, then that would help in general and be more important to deal with than pollution reduction. Because people living up to 60 is fine. Even 55 is okay. But if they have a stroke or heart attack and they die, like if we have 16 people dying per month, or like not per month, every 5 days basically, that's a lot. Yes, 873 people were affected by pollution, but 16 people had a medical crisis. And I guess they could be dying from that, if I think about it. Which also means that drinking alcohol could be quite bad, but it's not gonna kill them immediately. Alcohol addiction is not that high. I think we might go into preventative medicine instead of vitamins. Vitamins would be good for like, I think the average life expectancy, but if we have like 15 people dying now because of winter, that might be a better thing to do. It would also reduce the amount of ambulances needed. And again, I've never really done that research, but just thinking about it, that might be worth an approach. I'm gonna spend a lot of research in the medical university, but not starting the MegaCity. Steel mill and Soviet functionalism, I think. Yeah, I mean, looks like so far we're running fine. I mean, the settlement's going to be very susceptible to any issues with water, waste management, etc. That could kill a lot of people. But it seems fine. Is pollution overtuned in a way? I know it's been the same forever, but in real life factories were in town, or at least downwind of houses, and I suppose people died of it. So just more pop grows in the real world. Immigration. Hello, procrastinator. We have industries right here. We have heating plants, people are living in between them, and the life expectancy is down to 60. Or even less than 55. This is our test game for building cities that look like real-world cities in early start. We have some industries here too, producing food and alcohol. So from what I can tell right now, I think pollution is fine. Seems like it's manageable. I'm expecting a lot of people to die in these houses, but our population in general is holding still. We'll have to wait until February, I guess. If we don't drop down below 1,900, I guess I would call it a success. If the population still keeps growing, then it's a real success, I guess. Oh yes, hello. Sorry, looking. So it's more gamers, more min-maxing life expectancy, but separating pollution? Yes. So far, I think the playstyle has mostly revolved around getting the heating plants and any polluting industry as far away from the settlement as possible so it doesn't affect the cities. Because as soon as you stick a heating plant in, or a factory, population life expectancy starts dropping and then everyone panics. So I made this MegaCity 19 run also to figure out and see if we can run a city based on ignoring pollution a bit. Or like a lot. The MegaCity will start with a steel mill in the city and we're going to build housing around that. At like 100 meters distance, but still. And then see if we can make something survivable that way. This is now in line with what our test was. I don't know what we had as an issue in our first 2 death spiral, but now it's fine. It was like really bad, we had a health crisis, really bad. Okay of a winter, not that bad of a winter. And now we're that high up. I'm not sure what's going on. But the thing we did is we provided a ton of healthcare. And I think usually during January and February the clinics and the hospitals are really well visited, which usually is like missed by me. So we're over providing healthcare, which I think is providing enough health to keep most people alive. Possible lack of experts for hospital? Too much expert demand at the wrong time, people died? Maybe. I don't think so. I think our export worker count was always fairly stable. Yes, it went down during the crises, but it was never really below 200 people. And the same could be said for basic education as well. Found out that because orphanage is almost full, teachers now can't handle it very well and they lose loyalty and other characteristics. Yes, orphanages are not a good way to maintain loyalty unless you make really sure that you have enough of them. Enough capacity, that is. Otherwise, you can make sure with orphanages that your population growth stays high and you reduce criminality of orphans. But loyalty depends on you to overbuild a pretty big amount of orphanages. I mean, it depends on the pollution. Like, if you ignore pollution, like I do, you need a lot. If you manage pollution well, you should be fine with 2 orphanages up to like 3,000 citizens. Hello, Simon. Welcome. But as soon as there's like a mistake or like a crisis, then the orphans go up. Like, people die. If a lot of people die, suddenly you have a lot of orphans, and then you lose a lot of loyalty because of that. Crime might go up if you have insufficient workers, and it could be its own death spiral, basically. But they do have a use. A pretty good use for us. I think the orphanages are really going to be important for the heavily polluted city. I think they keep our population growth high. That's what's keeping us afloat. I think the megacity is also going to be higher density than all of this because it'll be more planned. But I would like to put some roads in place first to make sure we don't just like make a grid. So I would like to have a couple roads defining the characteristics of this area. Very few intersections to the main road, of course. We have our 2 connections on the outside for the other loop, and then we'll have like maybe 3 more, but that should be it. I don't want to have that many connections on the main road. Maybe every like I don't know, 400 meters or so. Orphanages like prisons, and that there's max capacity put in at a bad ratio to workers that made bad results near guaranteed. Prisons are fixed number of workers. Prisons are easier to manage, because prisons you can manage with the sentences, so you can reduce sentences, and therefore your prisoners stay in prison for less time. Orphanages have a dynamic capacity. The capacity increases with the amount of workers. If the workers have more productivity, the capacity also increases. And the game always tries to cram as many orphans as possible into an orphanage. If there's capacity and a child dies, it goes into the not a child, a parent dies, the child goes into the orphanage. So orphanages always will be overloaded pretty much because of that. So you can use them for a loyalty boost initially, or if you really oversupply them. But in general, they're only going to be... if you have a continuously growing population and at some point you don't want to build orphanages anymore, at that point they're just going to give you a nice boost in your population growth, and they reduce your criminality, and they're going to make some happy workers for you. They're going to have lower loyalty, but you can counter the loyalty drop of the orphanage with monuments nearby, which is why you don't see orphans with 0% loyalty in here anymore. They do get loyalty from the nearby monuments. So if the orphanage has a drop of 5% and you put monuments in the area with more than plus 5% in total, the loyalty of the orphans should go up. Up to average of 37 at most though. But at least it prevents the orphanages from being a negative loyalty spiral. Don't remember, are the orphanages bound to a city or a fixed radius? No, I don't think so. Or the orphans get teleported to an orphanage across the Republic if there is free capacity. I think that's the case. I think orphanages are nationwide, similar to prisons, which are also nationwide. They don't have a limit, a range limit, as far as I know. Might be incorrect on that, but I haven't seen it. Population still holding. We're in the second half of December. It's looking really, really good. Life expectancy of 60 here, 55, 52, 50, 58. We're doing well. Everything's fine. Makes me think of another thing I heard. Monuments bonus don't stack. So if you put 3 stars, do you get all that bonuses? Yes, you do. I've tested that in the loyalty test. We put down... how many was it? We put down 20 tank monuments, which evened out to 100% loyalty. Which meant that every hour the person gained a positive loyalty point. But only to the limit of like average 35 to 40, depending on their loyalty setting. So if you have plus 100 loyalty, they get a loyalty every hour. Like 1% of loyalty every hour. But there is still the upper limit. They do stack. But you can't boost loyalty past 40, basically. Not with monuments. They're just there to prevent loyalty from dropping too much. Okay, now population is dropping, which is fine. If it's not too much, it's okay. It's manageable. We're at 82 health. Only 1,340 people are affected by pollution. I think it's the stroke and heart attack risk. I'm gonna try and tackle that one. I think... well, it just reduces ambulance dispatches. It doesn't really help with those, does it? But if it reduces ambulance dispatches, then it should also reduce the amount of strokes and heart attacks, I guess. Which would be a total of like 20% if this is additive instead of multiplicative. Up to 25% higher education, which is good. Someone visiting regularly with 27% health. Now improving. Oh no, you got brought here by an ambulance. Otherwise the health wouldn't tick up as you are in the hospital. Only at the end of the day, after a successful hospital visit. Didn't tick up for you, but that's because you live in very heavy pollution, I guess. 63.6 years of life expectancy. Yeah, population is holding. It's flattened out, it's dropped a little bit, but not too much. Like, it's the same drop we had last winter. So far I would say it's still a success. We might be able to get to 2,500 citizens. And do the functionalism research before the steel mill research. Gravel deliveries are quite slow, but I think they're also prioritizing some things inside the settlement. 4, 8, 12, 15 horse carriages delivering gravel right now. Okay, an epidemic could be a problem. This is going to be interesting. Can cause serious health complications, enough to infect many citizens. Long time. Duration. This will have an impact on our health, and this might guide us towards actually doing the research for pandemic-like resistance, vaccination. If we have a significant population drop right now, during this winter, then yes, we will have to do the inoculation research, I think. We'll have to see what happens. It's not a deadly crisis like it could be. But I think people are dying now. We'll see. And yeah, if you don't have any pollution or whatever, then I guess these epidemics don't affect you anyway. But if your settlement is set up with pollution being a little bit disregarded, these epidemics are probably more impactful. But I'm prepared. I have 2 hospitals with decent enough staff. Should not be too bad. Let's open up the police station again. I think that's fine. Unemployment due to small children. It's always the children. Kindergartens need to be better staffed. It's a lot of workers in the rail construction. We'll speed things along. I am tempted of doubling the construction sector. But yeah, I mean, after the road is done, we just build a couple more small buildings and then the resources arrive locally. I don't think it makes sense. It's just an extra time of waiting now. Yeah, not too much of a population drop, even with the pandemic right now. It went down a little bit, but it's holding. I think our strong healthcare system can soak up, I would say, medium to high epidemic, plus all the pollution. Yes, the death rate went up during winter. That's fine. Birth rate was really high this year too. %80 health, and it's not going down terribly. 6 people starving? Who cares? I don't know who's starving. I really wish I could know, I guess. Oh, I guess it's the people in here, probably. It should be enough, though, shouldn't it? I guess we'll up it to 15 workers. Apparently sometimes there's a wave of people showing up here and maybe they don't get enough food during that time. Pandemic is affects us more than stroke or heart attacks. Yeah, I don't know how stroke or heart attacks work. If they reduce a person's health by 42.4%, if that's how it works, then yes, they could conceivably kill someone. If this person gets reduced by 42%, then I don't think an ambulance has to be called yet, but some people in here probably don't have that much health. 56? 57? What's all secret police doing? Need more workers? Not enough highly educated workers in the secret police, apparently. I guess it's in a bit of a terrible location, far away from a house that provides highly educated workers. Okay, waste storage. Hazardous waste. What's your situation? Oh yes, mostly empty, that's fine. Okay, sure. So the hazardous waste in here now. Yeah, we'll go Soviet functionalism. Vitamins can wait. Death rate in winter is just because the Gehwege sind nicht gestreut. That is also true. That's a very, very valid argument that no one will get. Basically, footpaths aren't salted or like have some gravel on them so people don't slip. But yeah, not that many people died, comparatively. I'm gonna put that down to more capacity in the hospitals. I think hospitals work similar to buildings where there's no queue in front of it. I don't think they send people to the hospital to do preventative medicine unless there's slots free. So I think if we undersupply workers, it could lead to issues. But that's just an assumption right now. So I guess we're gonna have like hospitals be the main building, surrounded by houses, a secret police and a regular police nearby, and then a shopping area nearby. But I think I'm gonna design my layout with the houses a bit more with accessibility to important buildings in mind, which is gonna be the hospital, the police station, and the secret police. As workplaces. They can walk to a nearby shopping center, culture building, indoor pool, sports hall, something like that. But they're probably gonna have some housing blocks of that nature. Okay, so if a prisoner is 1 year in prison, he gets 6 loyalty ticks, which usually results in at least 12% loyalty. If he's in prison for 3 years, that's 16 loyalty ticks, 32% loyalty at the minimum. If it's a positive or 2%, if it's 3%, it's 3 times that. Not 3 times that, but 3 times 16. So the way I calculate the loyalty is each prisoner is serving a sentence, and from their work shift to free time, 0.2 years pass. So if you divide their sentence by that, you get the amount of ticks they have. So for a year, it's 1 year divided by 0.2, that's 5 times. Plus 1 extra serving a sentence time at the end of that. Like once it reaches 1 year, they still have to go through an extra one. So that would be 6 serving a sentences multiplied by the percentage. 6 times 2% would be 12 loyalty gain for their stay. You're already at 100%. The life expectancy is good. When you release, you're going to be moving into one of the buildings with the high loyalty workers, which is going to be nice. Okay, maybe some people over here have the issue of not getting food every now and then. I'm not sure why. But it seems like they arrive here in waves. Maybe it's once they, like, work on the road to the MegaCity center. It's February. Population went down by 30 people and is holding. With a pandemic. It's looking really good. With the old heating plants, I don't think this would have worked. But yeah, the new balance of the heating pollution being one ton of pollution per year per worker inside the heating plant is, I think, what it is. It is manageable. 20 workers, 20 tons of pollution per year. 5 workers, 5 tons of pollution. 3 workers, only 2.4 tons of pollution, so the small heating plant is even better pollution-wise. Doesn't reduce life expectancy as much. But you need more logistical capacity to maintain it, because there's a lot of smaller heating plants that you would have to drive coal towards. Do we have set you to wait until unloaded for gravel? We do. Looks good. One person unemployed due to sickness? Sure. Seems like we've stabilized. And we can go back to the idea of steel mill into MegaCity center. Soviet functionalism first, then steel mill. And with the megacity as it expands, we can then work on researching with a medical university. We'll put this building into the center of the megacity, I think, as well. And we can use larger hospitals. Yeah, we're gonna do some unorthodox strategy for the city center. High pollution, medical university, and get things going like preventative medicine, vitamins. I don't think we need the increased birth rate research, but it would be a nice thing to have in case we have like a crisis, then we need to repopulate quickly. Get a burst of population at that rate. %% loyalty. Better make sure you have room to move into. Where you do. One more free time and you're free to go. It's kind of mean to give them free time inside the prison when they're not allowed to leave. %85% productivity right now. Let's see what it is once you release. 106. Very good. Very nice. Waiting at the bus platform. Apparently the orphanage was full. Or the orphanages are not assigned, sure. That is true. We're not doing loyalty in the orphanage. Just criminality reduction and some happiness infusion. Okay, another 20 people died, but still okay. In the grand scheme of things, this is just a minor blip. Nothing like the previous crisis. This is basically when we built our second heating plant here somewhere. And then we started having issues and I thought it was because of pollution, and it kind of was. But yeah, I think the solution was just better healthcare services. And the fast recycling population also means that the loyalty drop from old people doesn't last as long. And it also means that criminality doesn't last as long. Like if someone has like 20, 30 criminality, well, they only grow to the age of 60. It's not too much of a problem either. Not that it should be anyway. If they get caught, they're gonna be put down to 0% loyalty in a heartbeat. 1.8 years. Meaning that they have 2 years is 10 loyalty ticks, so 9 loyalty ticks plus 1, so 10 times whatever percentage we have, currently 3, so they'll release with 30% loyalty. They already got 6 of that. Should be over 50%. Can move into a residential area where there's less pollution. We'll have to develop that too in the megacity, an area with lower amounts of pollution. Why did we import that cost us so much? Is it the rail construction? I mean, it could be, but 47,000. Steel and meat, some chemicals. I think we paid back our loan quite a bit. Yeah, we're down to 860,000 from $1 million. I'm going to refresh it. And then we have a bunch of money where we can just wait a little bit longer, get down to like 700,000 before we refresh it again. Pollution should stop becoming, or like should stop being an issue very soon. Lifespan and health are starting to trend upwards. I'm expecting population growth to kick in at some point. Still losing people. Maybe we are at the limit of one of the generations now, but still not too bad. I don't think we have any major crisis inside the city. Waste management looks good. Sewage handling should not be an issue, I don't think. No problem. How can we bring happiness even higher? We would have to really work on all of these topics. Some people complain about being unable to practice sports, which is probably the people down here. If they go to the train platform, they're probably too far away to get to the indoor pool in time. But I guess I'm fine with that. Oh yeah, and the megacity is gonna have like inner city horse carriage routes, I think. Bring the topic back up, please. What topic? What topics? Oh, you mean the tooltip? Sure. Clothing is fine, sports is fine, culture is fine. I guess I don't have a alcohol kiosk down here. I could build one of that nearby. $228 people affected by crime, which is not ideal, but it does happen. We're working on it. Those unpatrolled crimes will be handled going forward. Electronics we're never going to import. I will refuse. If we want loyalty, we'll have to make it work without. MegaCity is also going to get a large prison. Or 2, or 4. Winter's over. We didn't drop below 1,900. I would count that as a pretty big success. I feared that we would have a major population decline after our population grew again, like the houses in the city center would fill up and then start getting hit by the pollution again, but that seemed to not be the case. First rail construction is reaching near the first bridge. The bridges are paused, we just want the train tracks to be in this area so we can build off of them into our first temporary construction sector for the megacity. And it seems to be on time. The road started with like 800 tons of gravel needed. We're close to 470, like close to 400, which is halfway done on the road construction, and we're halfway done on the rail construction. Not too bad. I just realized we're going to be like maybe 10 years in the megacity before the modernization starts happening. We're gonna have to start building that up quickly. Or we'll reset time by another 100 years and start in 1800, I guess. I don't know if I should put that up for a vote. If we do reset the time, I would reset the statistics file, I guess, for the save game to not have glitchy stats from previously. I think I'm going to put that up for a vote at the end of this year. Because then MegaCity 19 makes more sense, because we're staying in the 19th century, I guess. For a little bit longer. Well, if we reset to 1800 it would be 100 years, which is a lot. I don't know. I feel like we'll have ample time to build stuff, and we don't have to modernize with the vehicles. Although, I do want to make use of the Russobalds. They were excellent vehicles, and they are not available for that long, it feels like. Might just mean that we have to set up our own vehicle production and get some production licenses, I guess. Oh, population still dropping. I mean, we still have the epidemic going on, I guess. Seems like we have enough ambulances. There are some of them parked in the back. So from last year we had a population growth of 400 people. If we have that again, or a bit more, we're going to be at 2,500 citizens. And I can bring in some people from third world countries, I guess, to make that happen. Like if we get close to 2,500, I'll just drop in some migrants and we'll start getting Soviet functionalism at that point. I'm not going to push for it right now. But yeah, with these houses built, we should definitely have enough housing capacity to get to the required population amount to get a research point. without having to rely on 21-year-olds without their own flat. Can a megacity work only with horses? I think they are too slow. No, I don't think so. You would at least need trains. I mean, you can try and make it work, but then you have the same issues as if you wanted to run personal transportation. So you would need to run very, very many horse carriages in the city. And I think you're gonna die due to traffic issues very quickly. Like, how are you gonna get like coal to a heating plant sufficiently well with horse carriages for a megacity? I don't think it can be done very well. Just that horse carriage route would like clog up your road a lot. But if you use trains, then yes. We're also gonna have to use a bunch of fences in the megacity, because I think they will look very nice. Population growth should start kicking in again around June, July. Pollution is still fairly high from winter. That's about the time when the heating plants stop and things will recover. Pandemic isn't helping, I guess. As long as we're not making criminals in the orphanage, it should be fine. But apparently we have not enough workers here right now. Loyalty of 39. 21 highly educated workers. 19 highly educated workers. I think I'm gonna make people work in here. I want these facilities to be like... Oh wait. Any loyalty moves in here. No, we're not gonna have that anymore. Like, these buildings are just low loyalty. Make sure the orphanages stay staffed. And maybe the kindergarten. Houses with a purpose. Don't make a bunch of criminal children for me, please, thank you. Come on, population growth, kick in. On Soviet functionalism. Oh, well, yeah, Soviet functionalism. Or the steel mill, one of the two. What's easier? A 1,900 workdays for functionalism? Versus 3,400 days. No, yeah, 3,400 days for steel mill. I think functionalism wins. That's a lot of patience. Replacing this with a train platform that has like 2 parking spaces would also do the trick of like speeding things up. But that would have taken up so much space. And again, our money situation is very good. We're just building a lot right now. Health is a little bit lower this year because of the pandemic. During our crisis it went way lower, but we didn't have enough hospitals, I guess. But we can maintain it now at around 80%. And I guess that's what's keeping most people alive. I mean, we're not building as much anymore. How's the price of hazardous waste looking? Not bad. Yes, we reduced the value of it, but not by half. At worst it was 1,300 rubles, and then we dropped it to 850, which is not half, it's slightly more than half. So it's a win for us. But I think a third train might be pushing it too much. I want it to be parked a little bit further in the back, just because I think it looks nicer. Looks like population growth is back. Pollution should be dissipating right now. It's still pretty bad in here. On this side it's okay. We have some green spots, but on this side it's pretty much yellow, which is really bad. Here it's greenish. Not ideal, but yeah, this is a hot spot for pollution. They're suffering. 52 years. I think I would like to build another pub. Alcohol kiosk. And we might not even care too much about the unemployment in the megacity. Like with the steel mill, we'll have a pretty big capacity for workers. And we do want to build up a large workforce that can maintain enough population growth to keep the settlement running. So eventually we might have to shut off the steel mill and recover our population here and there, if it does make too much pollution, before we have enough districts to feed the settlement with enough workers. Because I think the steel mill is going to make like way more pollution than what we currently have. These heating plants are the early part of heavy pollution, but they're still manageable. A steel mill would be ridiculous. Hello Jimmy. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome everyone. How was your stream? How did your train track do? Look at my cute little rail yard that I built. I got a waiting track here for the waste trains. hazardous waste train drives in there and waits basically. Welcome Raiders, I'm the Sprite Shred. We're also playing Workers and Resources. We're almost at the mentioned megacity in the title, after only 20 years in game. We're in a good position now. At the end of the year we're going to get a research point. Probably a second one if we get our population up to 2,500. Was good, building done, almost been playing around with train lights, because the train distribution office probably need a closed track loop. It does not need a loop, no, they can turn around in place. But it does need a way to get to its destination and back. If that's what you mean by closed track loop, yeah. Waste train waiting to go to the incinerator. Now I have 2 waste trains running. With a cute little extension to the track, allowing a train to wait here. It's telling me it can't find a route. It would find it if it would go to the customs first. Yes, to check it checks from every stop. So every stop needs to be accessible by the distribution office. Now that it does do. If you don't like that, then you would have to use a direct line, I guess. But the distribution office checks everywhere, from the distribution office itself. $400 tons. And we're at the bridge. I'm planning my city center. Well, it's gonna be it's gonna take a while, but this is where we're gonna build over the water, up the road, developing our initial population here so they can start building, living and working to start fleshing out the city core. And I think we'll start with a large heating plant, since pollution seems to be manageable with 2 heating plants. A large heating plant would probably be fine too. Large heating plant, coal delivery into a coaling station plus an end station maybe. Although we don't really need an end station until we want to run passenger trains out of the area. I guess the first one would be a coaling station only. Maybe the coaling station right after the bridge here. So a coal train coming in from the customs house can unload coal before it does a turn into the city and delivers to the heating plant, which I guess makes the most sense. We're building quite far away from the customs house. It's been a journey. I kind of want to turn back the years by like 20 or so we have more time with just horse carriages and trains. But I guess we can also just force it, I don't know. Like, not use any of the trucks when they show up. But the modernization would be kind of cool, I don't know. How about we do the same thing that Project 7 did, which was like, we can only use trucks that we produce ourselves. And then we can select the pace that we want to modernize in ourselves, I guess. That could be an option. Population growth underway. Still very slowly to kick off, but I think we'll have it soon. But yeah, the buildings inside the killing zone, I guess, do cause a population drop. That sounds cool, only using stuff you created. It does, but it will slow down the modernization because I do like using the old vehicles a lot. If I can buy them from the customs house, modernization goes a lot quicker, but I don't know. I want to explore the old era, I guess. Maybe a 1900, maybe an 1800 start wouldn't have been so bad after all. So it will be 1800. I don't know. I could put it up for a chat vote if people want me to reset the time to force it. If we reset by another 30 years, it would be as if we started in 1850, I guess. If we reset by 80 years, it would be as if we started in 1800, but that might be a bit much. But I think like another 30 years could be cool. Would be a shame losing all of this stat information. And it would make it a mess to like watch in the VOD, I guess. We'll probably just like do the upgrade at our own pace, and if it's 1950 and we're still running horse carriages that we're making ourselves, that's fine, I guess. But at that point we would already have to produce them ourselves because they're not available for purchase anymore. %28 higher education, very nice. I need 45 people with higher education living next to the secret police to keep it staffed. Make them live right next to the heating plant. That'll be fine. We got healthcare. Seems fine. Low loyalty, higher education. Would be a bit polluted here. Shouldn't be too bad though. Hello, Lucky Leader. Welcome. We've made it through a lot of pollution recently with not too much population loss. Everything's looking quite nice. I was contemplating setting the time back by another 30 years. But I think we're just gonna pick our pace at modernization. Because we're like 13 years away from getting trucks, which is relatively close. And we haven't started the MegaCity yet, although we're getting close now. The first train track has been completed, the second one is hopefully underway now. Not yet. I guess it's building the customs house first. Is it? Not doing that either. Should have started in 1850. Stolen that too. Trucks, I'm not using them. Should set the clock back again. Yeah. I'm gonna put it up for chat vote, I guess. If I do set back the time, we're gonna lose all the statistics. I'm gonna reset the stats file. But yeah, I just want to have a clean statistic, I guess. I don't know. But for the continuation in the VOD, it would be a bit of a nightmare, I guess. Going from one VOD to another and suddenly it's like 30 years earlier. Never did that, and now that I've passed 1920, all my stats are broken. Ugh. Well, I guess you can still do it, but you would lose all your information. And maybe you can just edit the stats file and remove the first 1920 entry. I think it's the first 2 entries, basically, but if you change the first 2 1920 entries to your initial start date, I think it should fix it. If you do that. No students here. No workers. Try that, yeah. Should help. At least that's how I changed the stats file the first time. I went in there, replaced 1920 with 1900, and it was 2 entries basically. Just make sure you don't change the ones later down in the file, because that's the ones that are actually accurate. Population growth is in full swing. Our houses for high loyalty are almost full. I need to designate more. Make sure that we don't run out of capacity. I guess these ones are gonna flip. They're running the orphanage. We'll switch one house over. I also need to let them move into another building, because we only have 4 housing slots free right now. There's nothing really away from the pollution other than the housing block up here, next to the orphanages. Last warning, hailstorm. No titles for me here. Alright. Technical services done. It's already full. Doesn't seem right. Well, I do need a second technical service. We still have the the water and sewage delivery from the incinerator, which I didn't want to hook up with a water pipe, I guess. I hope the MegaCity is going to be more organized than this. I still like it, but this is like a pioneer settlement. I mean, the MegaCity might start like this, but then it would grow outwards, and at some point the center could be demolished to be rebuilt in a more planned fashion. Actually, I have some unemployment now. I mean, there should always be room to send workers to the train platform, I guess. I assume you're unemployed because people with low loyalty have taken away your workspaces. I'm here for my glorious, totally functional and sustainable paradise fix. Paradise? Right. On it. We're on it. Take it easy. Construction train is almost out of the way. I mean, I don't know how you have unemployment. There's always the rail construction office. Maybe you got delayed by the other rail construction vehicle and a bunch of people on the... Oh yeah, the passenger trains got delayed. That's why there was a ton of unemployment for a moment. Sure, because the trains were building in here. So that's gonna happen one more time, I guess. I need to test something. I want to see what happens if we say someone doesn't get convicted. Like, they committed a crime, it's currently in the courthouse, and we put down the minor crime to 0 years. 77, 36, and 4. These are the values I'm interested in. 77 happiness, 36 loyalty, 4 criminality. What happens if they just get released with no charges? Criminality went up. Happiness and loyalty was not affected though. So they increased a little bit in crime, I guess. But otherwise they got off scot-free. We'll let you off with a warning, Antropova, Vlada Sergeyevna. Don't do it again. Excuse me? You ran out of fuel because you didn't feel the need to refuel in this area? That's stupid, you know? Why would you do that? You can always go and refuel from the customs house, but then I guess you do count the waypoint, didn't you? That sucks. I mean, I guess I could force them to always go to the coaling station. Or put an end station behind this waiting platform. Then we can fit all the waste trains into the end station. Don't really want to do that though. I'll just make them take a trip to the coaling station, I guess. So from the train platform, before they go to the customs house, they go to the coaling station once. So it's on the route, doesn't mean they have to coal there. After the customs house they will use the waypoint again. That way it should work, I hope. Does increase the traffic, of course, but yeah, I guess I'm fine with that. And you're gonna turn around and go to the waypoint. You're not gonna load another 50% of waste, 40%, 50 tons. That would be too much. So you're gonna exit this way and go to the coaling station before you go to the customs house too. And get your hazardous waste. Should still work, I think. Yeah, you can coal here now. Okay. So I guess we'll put the coaling station on this route just so they can use that. It's a lot of traveling back and forth, but that's okay. It's July. Give me that population growth. I'll push it over 2,500 citizens on my research. I'm gonna get migrants. That's 200. No, that's 100 migrants. No, 200 migrants. Yeah. So now we need 200 more. Not migrants, but citizens. Which is about 150 workers. No, kindergarten, heating plant, fire station does not need high, loyal workers, but orphanage I guess would be fine. If the orphanage has highly loyal workers, the loyalty drop would be reduced. And I guess at that point we could also try and use it for loyalty gain. I don't think we would. The extra productivity would help us just have more orphans, I guess. There's the migration wave. There's the pub. alcohol kiosk, to be more exact. Come on, catch up with the food production again. There should be more workers in here. I wonder if this year is going to be pretty bad on the health drop again, because these houses are now populated. But if they can last another 3-4 months, we at least can get the first research going. $300 tons for the road. It's taking a while. And we're also still building the train tracks at the customs house. This one has been assigned. We'll get to it at some point. I think the steel is now slowly dropping inside the rail construction office if we're waiting until unloaded on gravel. I should just add another gravel train car and then wait until unloaded for steel again. That's probably the safer option. 3 people without their own flat. It is not low loyalty, must be higher loyalty. But that's not the reason. It's uneducated people. Migrants who came in with children who are trying to get through the school system right now. They gotta wait. How's it going? Hello, car path ice. It's going well. We're almost at the area where we can set up the construction sector for the MegaCity 19 center. Why don't we add some teachers? It's fine. I'm not in a rush. They can take their time. I guess we want loyal people to staff our secret police. $165 people left. Without the migrants, I don't think we would have reached it this year. And I think the pollution is gonna wipe a lot of these people out of their houses again. But we'll see. Might be incorrect on that. We do have more healthcare now than we did last time, so maybe those houses are gonna be stable too. The ones slightly to the right were definitely stable. And those dropped to 55 years of life expectancy. I don't think it's going to be worse for the ones I just sent some new migrants into. They're all young enough. They got another 20 years in them. Should I do the vote? Do we turn back the time by 30 years, or do we just ignore progress for some time and do it at our own pace, or do we just go through the era as normal? Ignore. I'm gonna set up a vote. Okay, so do we roll back time and do we ignore progress, or do we how do I call it? Play normally is not the right word, because play normally for me would be ignoring progress. Or do we progress, I guess. Or do we progress through modernization with the years? I'm gonna write, instead of ignore progress, I'm gonna say, do we progress at our own pace? Roll back at our pace with the that's written horribly. Our pace. Roll. Come on. Roll back. Our pace. Or with the years. With progress, it's still 20 years to unmodded start. I know. But trucks become available at 1912, which is the issue. Rollback, I would delete the stats INI file, and then all statistics are basically wiped, so we don't have that problem. Which I think would resolve that. So, we're going to start a vote. It is 1900 almost, which means we're like 12 years away from the first trucks. I would like to stay more in the old times, so there's a couple options. Whatever chat wants. First, we can roll back. Roll back in this case would be 30 years, so we would go back to 1870 at the end of this year, which means that we basically started in 1850 for this run, but we did another rollback. Our pace means we ignore the rollback, we don't do the rollback, but we don't modernize whenever new vehicles become available. We just at some point build vehicle production and modernize at our own pace. It might be 1950 and we just start with the pre-World War II vehicles or something like that, World War I vehicles. That would be one of the options. And with the years would be normal progression. We try and keep up with the pace of the modernization. So we don't try and hold back modernization, we just try and go through the era as possible. Rollback might be too far for tech progression. Well, we get one tech point every 10 years. So once we roll back, we still get a tech point every 10 years. I think our pace would probably be the best, because it wouldn't break the statistics, so we still have like everything from the beginning shown. It might just be a little bit weird if we're in 1950 and we start using pre-World War I trucks, but I think it's the cleanest. And it was the whole reason we did the initial vote for the start, so we didn't have to do a rollback. But I didn't expect us to take 20 years to get to the center of the map, but here we are. So those are the options, I guess. Rollback is 30 years back to 1870. Our pace is we just let time progress normally, but we only do modernization whenever we produce our own vehicles, and then we're gonna slow things down, but we don't care about the date here, I guess. And with the years is modernization at the pace that the game suggests. Days are just a number, not unusual to go way beyond even IRL era before feeling done with a save. Oh, for sure. We've done a save where I did early start 1930 and we never started using vehicles past 1959. Except the tunnel boring machine, I guess. So yeah. I think sticking a little bit longer in the old era is gonna be nice. And at our own pace is probably the safest bet, because then we can modernize however we feel like it. And we could do another vote later on as well. And if that's what people are okay with, we're gonna do that. We're already exempting the unlock date for mandatory vehicles. For trains, yes, because the era makes sense to have trains. It's just gonna get messy with the vehicles if we're doing our own pace, and I'll have to start producing horse carriages after 1937 if we're still using them. Tunnel boring machines are the greatest trains ever. They are. for tunnel boring. We just use things to unlock when it makes sense and not feel like we have to update. Yeah, I think we're gonna do that. Alright. Chat has convinced me. I'm gonna do what I wanted anyway. We're gonna go through the time as per normal, but only upgrade when we want to. And if people are okay with staying in the old era for a little bit longer, I would enjoy that a lot. That was a 5-minute poll. I don't know if I should keep it up for longer, but I feel like it takes up a lot of space, so... And the rollback is basically the same thing, except we just have another, like, time that we, like, get fixed in, I guess. With our own pace, it basically means we can upgrade pretty soon if we want to. Like, we could have a couple modern vehicles, I guess. Which doesn't sound too bad. Like, if we want to have, like, a couple trucks here and there, not too bad. Could give some personal cars to our secret police while everyone else still uses horses, for example. Workhorses are still around some places in the world? Exactly. Alright. This is fine. We'll stay the course, but don't feel pressured into upgrading once the trucks arrive. 133 citizens until we get our research point number 1, and 3 months until we get the second one. The heating plants are starting up again, and life expectancy here is going to be a bit bad. I'm tempted to get a couple more migrants just to push us over the number, and I'll do that. Just give me my research point. Come on. One more. There we go, we're at 2,500 citizens and the settlement isn't dying. We have 4 research points now. I'm going to spend one on Soviet functionalism. Hooray. And then the free one for the next decade we can spend on steel mill. Anyone can work in here, but no students. Government loyalty requirement for students is 100%, so there's not going to be any students showing up, and if there is, then, well, then I'm glad we have students with that amount of loyalty, I guess. Research should be pretty quick. What are you waiting on? Oh, this is a chain signal. You are... I guess these signals are fine. I think you're caring about that one. And maybe this one. Which is kind of weird, because you didn't care about that one either. Oh, you wanted to turn around here. I see. Because you want to build... What do you want to do? I have no idea. Weird. Still haven't figured out the signaling. It's a doozy, and sometimes I make mistakes and still like learn new things. It's you gradually work yourself up the complexity, I guess. I still wonder if like a single track network is like a good way to learn the signaling. Because most people teach you how to do double tracks because it's like the easiest way to not have a blocking railway. We still have horse police here. Yes, we do. But the secret police is also, well, running no horse carriages, just riding around. I meant in real life. Oh, okay. Right. here as in real life. That terrible, terrible place. I mean, we can run deliveries with the existing track. We don't need a double track. The second track can be built while we're already running resource deliveries on the first one. Because they have the way of changing lanes at the station. Like, they can come back here and go onto the other side and return. Really on any side of this, basically. Is this built the right way? Trains leaving. Yeah, I guess. Looks kind of weird. No, it is right. So once the road is done, I guess we can plan for the construction area. Which is gonna be the... Well, I have to bring workers here somehow. It's gonna be the train platform first. And once the train platform is here, we can start bringing the workers all the way. Still unloading a couple every now and then, so they like exist in the area, I guess. I don't know if we need that. It depends on if they can maintain the platform or not, I guess. We can try and see if they maintain it from the build sector, but I think it's going to be too far. So we'll probably need a maintenance construction office in the area. Or two, so they can maintain each other. Is that to force them to use a specific lane at the train station? These ones are for returns. Incoming trains always use only their side, and when they leave they have the ability to either continue along or leave on their side. So there's always room for another train to go past this area. They're not using both tracks. They're always only using one side of the train platform. I could make this a double switch, like an X switch, and then they could use both platforms, but I didn't want to. Especially once we're using long trains, I think this is going to be a little bit more reliable. I don't know why I'm so happy about this, but I think this looks really nice with the waiting platform tucked in next to the fence. I don't know. Maybe I should put a tree next to it and be really happy about it. Today is a work day, so the stream is not going to go infinitely long. We're already past the 4-hour mark, which is usually my cutoff point. But I guess we can keep going for a little while longer. Okay, these houses are next to a heating plant, and the heating plant should also look like it's completely covered in soot. You are encouraged to work in the secret police. Nothing else. Make sure the secret police is topped off. After that you can go wherever. Probably, since you're high loyalty, you should go to, I don't know, like the party HQ or the school. But secret police is your highest priority. Nice element, thank you. we have enough room for loyal people to move into if they get released from prison. Because currently it doesn't look like it. I mean, for highly educated, yes, but basic education, I think we're currently full. 58 years life expectancy. It's dropping like a rock. Let's let them move in here too, I guess. Halfway done with the first research. You showed up because you had unknown loyalty. I was like, yeah, we have 100% loyalty, and the student showed up. Yeah, you're a liar. Get out of here. If the buildings are painted with a darker color, we can't see the effects of pollution anymore. It's foolproof. This building shouldn't become heavily depopulated because life expectancy is 50 and the people in here are currently in their 30s, so it should be fine. Unless of course we're getting hit by any other crisis that I have started producing. How's our water? Still okay. 26 cubic meters. At 50 we would be worried, but we're not increasing the population by much more. I think the auxiliary settlement is at the size it should be now. Like, at most we're gonna have like 3,000 citizens here. Maybe a couple more houses here and there, but not really anything planned at the moment. Decent amount of workers on the train platform. 145 workers waiting to get their education, but the numbers are going down. And the school is doing good work. Just a little bit like iffy with the teachers showing up in waves rather than continuously, but that's fine. %83 loyalty, very good. You should definitely finish your education. $221 tons of gravel remaining for the road, which is about 3 deliveries for both construction officers from the construction sector, I think. No, it should be more than that. We got 16 vehicles times 2. Capacity is 3, 6, 9, 12 vehicles. Of about 2 tons. Yeah, that's more than that. It's about 40 tons. Not quite done with the train tracks at the customs house, but it'll get to it once it like auto searches when it's done with the other track. At least we have a connection. They really like the outdoor sports facilities when it isn't winter. Okay, you're finally starting to make progress on your education. Wouldn't want to use an 81% loyalty person. There's another one in here. Hasn't made any progress yet, unfortunately. But that's the nature of things. We're still trying to raise the general amount of higher educated citizens rather than just the most loyal ones. I'll get there eventually. I put on a second carriage on the passenger trains. We're kind of silly with just one. Only once we need them. Or once we've paid back the loans, then we can spend money on things that look nice like that. At what time does the outdoor soccer field close? Below 12 is not recommended. I think 5. Wasn't it 5? Requires weather temperature above 5 degrees Celsius. Alright, concrete utilization study is done. And we'll go straight into Soviet functionalism. That's what we spent our research point on. Should be able to use that next year. And then we can plan out like some city blocks on the MegaCity center with the newly available buildings, the new hospital and the new housing, while waiting for researching the steel mill that is going to make up the first industry. Brutalism unlocked? Yes, but that one is date locked. We can't research that yet. 1955. After Soviet functionalism. Always hype going up the tech tree in this game. It is very fun, yeah. I just wish some of the texts were more explained, I guess. So what does it do when you unlock it? It unlocks a bunch of buildings. These ones. Or if you go into the tech tree, we can also click the tech to see what it unlocks. bunch of residential buildings, the large party HQ, a large pub, a large hospital, low quality rural flats, the big orphanage, for example, all very useful. Yeah, the problem of like having a train platform with, like, in this case it wouldn't be an issue because this is double track, but so here we could have both train platforms occupied because they're always going to be able to leave either this direction because it's always a free track, or on this side because it's a free track. I just built it that way because I was used to single track network, where you want to make sure that not both platforms are full. If they both decide to go one direction and there's only one train line, which happens in our city with the coaling station. So if both of the coaling tracks are occupied and both of them want to head out this way, we would have an issue. If there's a train waiting in, for example, the customs house that wants to go to the coaling station, but both the vehicles waiting at the coaling station also want to go to the customs house. Apparently we do have that option right now, but there's only one. No, there's only one train that can come in here. It shouldn't happen. I mean, we have a waiting platform. They can drive past each other here, I guess, so it doesn't really happen anyway. Population dropped by 50 people. I still just divide tracks into sections and hope it works. Usually I regret it though. I'll learn one day. Yeah. I don't know, like... It's hard to like always do the rail tutorial. It would be... It's always interesting to look like at something that doesn't work and try to like figure it out and fix it, I guess. If you upload a picture of it to imgur.com and ask to post the link in chat, and then I permit you, and then we can look at it. I guess that's a way to do it. Away from my PC, but maybe next time. Maybe. I mean, that was a general offer, I guess. Must be... like... the problem could be very close to the signals or quite far away. Depends on the layout. Priority is the secret police, thank you. Afterwards you can go to the school or university, whatever you want. Can you set timetables for trains? No. But you can tell them to leave at a fixed interval if you want. It's not really a timetable, but it's sort of like that. So you can say every 2 hours a train leaves, for example. 60 seconds is an hour. So 120 seconds would be waiting for 2 hours at the minimum before a train is allowed to leave. What prison are you using? Is that in basic game? It's a small prison with early start, which I think is available in the beta branch right now. So yes, the small prison is base game. We're struggling with like determining the loyalty of our people. So we're having wardens show up here with bad loyalty. The secret police has insufficient workers. And we can't keep up with the loyalty knowledge of our population fast enough. I hope they can figure it out. "48 years of life expectancy. Beautiful. 47 years. You to go to school and university until you're 21, and then you're about at the halfway point of your life, pretty much. How big is the range of the city's accounting office? Will it break the stats of MegaCity if you start using them? City's accounting office counts for the city name that you're in, so that radius basically, which can shrink or be reduced if you have multiple name tags next to it, but it only counts towards that. How's the orphan economy coming along, Des? Excellent. We got 77 orphans ready to go. They're all not criminals, so everything's perfect. Hello, something barbaric. Welcome. It's almost like we're in my winter car, except we don't have any cars, I guess. I think I want to try and resolve the stroke and heart attacks. Maybe after vitamins, I don't know. This time we're losing quite a few people. I mean, 48 years of life expectancy and 47 is maybe a bit low. I mean, in general, like everything underneath 60 is maybe a bit too low. Are you done with the other train track? No, not yet. It's okay. Like I said, this one is not the most important thing. Alcoholism also said compared to my winter car. Yeah, we only have 13%. It is going up, but I think that's because we got some migrants. It's not on the high point that we had previously of 30%, but that's trending upwards again. We don't do something against the pollution. Because I'm trying to set up a settlement that is historically appropriate. I put a heating plant here, I put a heating plant here, and we got the housing block right in the middle. It kind of developed that way. And now we're trying to figure it out how to make it work, I guess. The way to resolve it would be to give the population vitamins, increase birth rate, maybe give some preventative medicine, and then at some point install pollution filters into the industries once it gets really, really bad. But I think I want to try it with the medical university first. Not too bad of a population curve yet, but it's only December. It's not a crisis. Yeah, I think the first research I'm going to do is not vitamins, but preventative medicine. I'm going to try and get... Well, I don't think this one does anything, but these ones say they reduce ambulances by 10% each. And then this one increases the survival time until an ambulance arrives, but I think these two are going to be like my priority. Heart attack and stroke prevention. If that reduces the amount of stroke and heart attacks by 20%, it might be a pretty good impact on the health. It's only 21 people, but they have a significant drop in their health, if I'm reading that correctly. So I think the percentages are how the people are affected, not how the statistic is affected. So minus 41.5 is the average that the people are affected by. If we can get rid of those, then we might have fewer deaths. Pollution is just a general drain on the health in our population. And of course the life expectancy is reduced. But the resulting strokes and heart attacks are causing deaths. Maybe not the pollution directly. Other than the reduced life expectancy, of course. I'm gonna have to send some house to bring all of its workers to the food and alcohol production, I think. I want these industries running, come on. Food production with priority. Then distillery, then you can work anywhere else. Make sure the food factory is staffed, come on. More pollution, please. We can drop the life expectancy down to 45, let's go. You have to spread pollution among the foreign workers like me. Yes, they moved into these 3 buildings. They got moved into here, and the building population is already dropping quite quickly. We lost 170 people. But still not... Well, is it as bad as previously? I don't think it is, like... Maybe it is. 160 down to... 1,600 down to 1,400, so we had like a drop of almost 300 people here. Currently we had a drop of 170. This might be... Maybe foreign workers are not as pollution resistant. Maybe that's the reason. Maybe they're weak. Maybe we need strong people that are born here to like survive in the pollution. I probably should research vitamins. Yeah, bringing up the life expectancy in general. I mean, everything is like kind of like useful. Increased life expectancy just means more people live longer, and then the stroke and heart attacks might not be as bad anymore. Average loyalty dropped when we brought the migrants in, but now it's increasing again. I think the secret police is doing its job, making sure that the correct workers are showing up in the prison. There's only foreign workers to burn all my rubbish. I'm using my own workers. I don't have any foreign workers this run at the moment. It saves on quite a bit of money, but foreign workers is way faster to set up. You don't need a settlement for it. Once you have a city, I guess you could set up a small village next to this and have some people move in every now and then, and they would take care of the waste. But then you also need a heating plant, and well, you need basic infrastructure, at least food, I guess. Food and meat, and maybe clothing. It is what it is. Is that what it is? Let's bring up the clinics. We got more people now. Sometimes we need more healthcare. I would like the hospitals to match our population, I guess. 9% for Soviet functionalism to complete. And yeah, we'll research the steel mill. MegaCity 1 will have to get its own research points to start making up for the pollution, I guess. We'll have to get the population growth going. Get to 5,000 citizens to get a point. Get to 1910 to get another point, and so on. Yeah, for us, monuments are not that important. Anyone over 40% loyalty doesn't really get a benefit from a monument, as far as I'm aware. Jesus Christ, this orphanage is crammed full of children. 90 orphans. We had a good harvest this year, I guess. Alright, I think we're going to call it here. I'm going to trigger the next research towards the steel mill, but I think it's probably a good idea for me to call it because work days and all that. We made progress. I'm going to check the road also, how far we got on the construction. Work days, yeah. It is what it is. Metallurgy, please. Thank you. We now have access to more residential buildings, especially this one. With a road connection through, which will allow us to build some neat housing blocks. Where they're like fully surrounded by houses. They have a road going through a building, and then on the inside there's going to be a hospital and police station and secret police, and maybe a shopping center. Road construction, 156 tons. Once that one is done... Oh yeah, it timed also correctly with the date. I just started the steel mill research because I was like, yeah, I wanted to research that one after, but we did get the research point from the year. So let's write down steel mill. So the road is almost done. Afterwards we can plan for the construction sector to be established. Passenger station, fire station, and then the construction sector itself. Just the basic one. But yeah, as always, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. It is taking its time, but I still think it's good fun. Hope you're enjoying it too. Let's see who we can raid. We could try another random workers and resources stream. If there is someone streaming in English. I don't see one streaming in English though. We got German, Polish, French, and then Cyrillic and some unnamed streams. So that's not gonna work. Decipher's making music again, that would be an option. Nielski is doing Richard Burns rally. Decisions. Let me see what Nielski is up to. Apparently rallying in the rain. Or, yeah, it looks like rain. There's suspension damage apparently. We're going over to Nielski, driving Richard Burns rally. I don't know which country he's in. I guess let me check right now. He's driving the BMW CSL in Hockenheimring. I don't think that's correct, but I think that's all the information. If you want to stick around for someone doing rally, please do. If not, that is fine too. I wish you a very good rest to your Tuesday afternoon, evening, wherever you are. To Germany, if you don't feel like any of the candidates. Maybe next time if you remind me. I don't know that streamer, but yeah, we can take a look at it next time. Anyway, take care everyone, all the best, and maybe I'll see you next time.